Good evening, and welcome to the Sleepy Club. This is the place where we learn while we slowly drift toward sleep. Calm, thoughtful stories that share knowledge and gently guide you into rest. Before we begin, I'd love to softly imagine where in the world you're listening from tonight and what time it is for you right now. Maybe you're wrapped in warm blankets as the night grows deeper, or perhaps the sky outside is slowly growing pale with the first light of morning. Wherever you are and whenever you're listening, you're very welcome here. Tonight's story invites us into the quiet world of ecology, the science of relationships, gentle connections between living things and the world that holds them. As you listen, allow your body to loosen. Let your shoulders soften. Let the weight of the day slowly fade away. You don't need to remember anything. You don't need to stay awake. Simply let the ideas drift past you like a calm, unhurried stream. If you enjoy learning while you drift towards sleep, you're warmly invited to give the video a like and subscribe to the Sleepy Club. It helps this quiet little space grow gently and helps others discover a place to rest as well. Now, settle comfortably into your bed. Take a slow, deep breath in and gently let it go. Allow your eyes to close, your breathing to slow, and your thoughts to grow quiet. Leave behind the noise of the day. Now, we begin our journey into the calm, interconnected, and endlessly patient story of life on Earth. Ecology is a word many people recognize, yet its meaning often feels just out of reach. At its heart, it is the study of how living organisms interact with one another, and how they relate to the non-living elements that surround them. In simple terms, ecology is the science of relationships, the quiet connections among organisms, and the equally important connections between life and the physical world that sustains it. The central goal of ecology is to understand where living things are found, why they are found there, and how many of them exist in a given place. Reaching this understanding draws from many branches of science: biochemistry, physiology, and molecular biology. All play a role, as do broader fields like evolution, biodiversity, geology, and climatology. Chemistry and physics also contribute, especially when ecological questions require modeling or prediction. And mathematics almost inevitably joins in whenever careful thinking is required. Ecologists tend to view their work through four main perspectives: the organismal level, the population level, the community level, and the ecosystem level. At the organismal level, the focus rests on individual organisms, how a single being responds to its immediate environment, and how it survives within those conditions. At the population level, attention shifts to changes over time, exploring why a species may flourish during one period, and then decline during another. The community level looks outward again, examining how multiple species interact, often in ways that are intricate and surprising. Ecosystem ecology takes the widest view of all, considering living biotic components and non-living abiotic components together. Water, soil, and air functioning as one integrated whole. Beyond its intellectual appeal, ecology holds practical importance. Understanding ecological systems helps societies meet basic needs, securing food supplies, maintaining shelter, and protecting public health. Ecologists work in many settings, from controlled laboratories to open field sites, which can range from a quiet stream behind a university to the scalding hydrothermal vents of the ocean floor. Applied ecology plays a key role in managing natural resources. Animal populations such as white-tailed deer may be studied to guide hunting practices, while stands of aspen trees are monitored to ensure sustainable paper production. Ecologists also serve as educators, teaching in universities, schools, museums, and nature centers, while others advise governments, helping to shape environmental policy at many levels. Some ecologists combine both roles, moving between teaching and advising as their work unfolds. The path to becoming an ecologist usually begins with an undergraduate degree in a natural science, followed by specialized training or an advanced degree depending on the chosen field. A strong foundation in physical sciences, mathematics, and statistics is essential, which can be disappointing for anyone hoping to avoid numbers entirely. On a planetary scale, life is shaped by countless forces, both living and non-living. The biosphere, vast from a human perspective, occupies only a thin slice of the known universe. It extends several kilometers into the atmosphere and reaches down into the deepest ocean depths. Within this narrow band, communities of life are molded by climate geography and our abiotic factors, which together determine which organisms can exist in a given place. In this way, ecology may begin with questions about beetles and bushes, yet it ultimately offers insights into life itself. Biogeography focuses on where living things occur across the earth, and on the abiotic factors that shape those patterns. Factors such as temperature and rainfall vary largely with latitude and elevation. And as these conditions change, so too do the plant and animal communities they support. Imagine beginning a slow walk at the equator and heading north. At first, tropical wet forests surround you, dominated by broad-leaved evergreen trees. Farther from the equator, these forests give way to seasonally dry regions where trees grow more sparsely. The air becomes drier, and temperatures gradually shift. By around 30-degree north latitude, deserts begin to appear, defined primarily by their low rainfall. Continuing north, deserts transition into grasslands or prairies, which are then replaced by temperate forests, where trees shed their leaves each year. Farther still, boreal forests emerge in the subarctic, and at the final edge of this latitudinal journey lies the Arctic tundra, home only to species adapted to extreme conditions. This gradual progression reflects changes in climate and the orderly succession of species finely tuned to each environment. Similar transitions can occur without changing latitude at all, simply by walking upward along a mountainside. Yet, ecosystems at the same latitude do not always resemble one another, because air and ocean currents, such as the jet stream and the Gulf Stream, shape climate on a global scale. Ecologists who study biogeography examine these patterns of species, distribution. No species exists everywhere. The Venus flytrap, for example, occurs naturally only in limited regions of North and South Carolina. Such species are called endemic, restricted to a particular geographic area. In contrast, generalists like the raccoon occupy wide ranges, in this case spanning much of North and Central America. Species distributions are shaped over long evolutionary timescales, influenced by interactions among organisms and by the physical environment. Biogeography has been linked to evolutionary theory since the 18th century, when scientists noticed that the most distinct groups of plants and animals often occurred in regions isolated for millions of years. Australia stands as a classic example. It is estimated to contain between 600,000 and 700,000 species of plants and animals. About 3/4 of its plant and mammal species are endemic, found nowhere else on Earth. Its long isolation has been highly effective at keeping outside species away and preserving those within. Sometimes the absence of species is just as revealing. Hawaii has no native land reptiles or amphibians, and only one native land mammal, the haibal. New Guinea presents another case, with a notable lack of placental mammals across much of the island. Plants follow similar patterns. Isolated regions such as Australia, Hawaii, and Madagascar often host large numbers of endemic plant species. While this diversity is biologically fascinating, it also brings vulnerability. The forest gardenia, or gardenia brigami, for instance, exists only in Hawaii, and today only about 15 to 20 individual trees remain. Nearly all life ultimately depends on solar energy. Green plants, algae, cyanobacteria, and photosynthetic protists capture sunlight and convert it into chemical energy. That energy then fuels the processes of every organism that breathes, swims, crawls, or grows. Even the availability of light itself can shape evolution. Plants living beneath the dense canopy of a temperate forest must adapt to deep shade, quietly adjusting their form and function to survive with less light. As the trees above unfurl their leaves in late spring, the forest understory is slowly drawn into shade, and with this yearly dimming, life below must adjust. To endure this change, understory plants have evolved gentle yet precise strategies, one of the most notable being the swift life cycle of spring ephemerals such as spring beauty. These plants grow rapidly and reproduce early, making full use of the brief moment of open sunlight before the canopy closes and the light softens into shadow. In aquatic worlds, the challenge of limited light takes on a different form, as water itself absorbs sunlight, along with plant suspended particles and drifting microorganisms. With every step deeper into a lake, a pond, or the ocean, the light fades further, until eventually it disappears entirely. In these lightless aphotic zones, photosynthesis can no longer occur. In response, aquatic life has followed many paths of adaptation. Some plants keep their photosynthetic tissues close to the surface, as seen in the water lily, whose broad floating leaves rest quietly in the sun. Without sunlight, these plants are quite literally lifeless in the water. Elsewhere, in complete darkness, such as at the base of hydrothermal vents, certain bacteria have chosen another path, drawing energy from inorganic chemicals instead of light. In this case, evolution was not slowed by darkness. Light is not the only factor shaping aquatic energy flow. Nutrients also play a crucial role. In the open ocean, when organisms die, they often sink, carrying their nutrients downward beyond the reach of photosynthetic life. Unless deep waters are disturbed, these nutrients remain locked away. This is where ocean upwelling enters the story. Driven by winds along coastlines, surface waters are pushed offshore and deeper waters rise to replace them. With this upward movement, nutrients from long-deceased organisms return to the surface, renewing the cycle of life once again. Freshwater systems follow a similar rhythm, though on a smaller scale, and often with a seasonal pulse. In many northern lakes, nutrients are redistributed through changes in air temperature and the formation and breakdown of a thermocline, a distinct layer where water temperature shifts sharply. During winter, lake surfaces may freeze, forming a barrier that prevents oxygen exchange with the air. Beneath the ice, the water remains slightly warmer, with the densest layer resting at the bottom. Yet this deeper water is low in oxygen, as decomposition continues, and fresh oxygen cannot enter. As spring arrives, temperatures rise, ice melts, and surface waters warm until they match the density of deeper layers. This causes surface water to sink and deeper, nutrient-rich water to rise, creating a thorough mixing known as spring turnover. Summer follows with its familiar stratification, warm water above and cooler water below. When autumn cools the surface once more, another mixing occurs. Cold fall turnover. These seasonal movements deliver oxygen downward and lift nutrients upward, until winter returns and the lake becomes isolated again. Decomposers and bottom-dwelling organisms slowly use the remaining oxygen, waiting patiently for spring to stir the waters once more. Temperature influences life at every scale, from the quiet work of enzymes within a cell to the broad range of species across continents. At the biochemical level, temperature directly affects enzyme function and stability, shaping every metabolic process. Most enzymes operate best within a narrow temperature range. Below freezing, metabolism slows nearly to stillness, while excessive heat causes enzymes to break down and life processes to falter. This is why relatively few organisms inhabit extreme thermal environments. Though remarkable exceptions exist, to survive, organisms must either regulate internal temperature or remain within environments that stay within tolerable limits. Some animals endure seasonal extremes through strategies like winter hibernation or reptilian torpor. Certain bacteria known as extremophiles go even further, thriving in geysers and hydrothermal vents where heat would destroy most other life. Temperature also shapes where organisms can live. Migration offers one solution, allowing species to move in response to seasonal change. Some travel to escape harsh temperatures, others to find food or breeding grounds. The Arctic tern completes an extraordinary yearly journey between polar regions, while monarch butterflies travel from the eastern United States to Mexico seeking gentler climates. Large mammals such as reindeer also migrate across vast distances in search of nourishment. Reptiles and amphibians are more limited in their distribution, partly because they lack the mobility needed for long migrations. And even among animals capable of travel, not all choose to migrate. Migration demands great energy and carries significant risk. For some species, endurance is the chosen path. Hibernation allows survival through cold by greatly reducing metabolic activity. A similar process known as estivation permits survival through extreme heat and drought. Both are forms of torpor, a lowered state of activity that allows life to wait patiently through difficult times. One of the more remarkable adaptations belongs to the wood frog, which can survive freezing by producing an antifreeze-like substance within its cells. This substance protects cell structure and prevents ice from causing damage. Not comfortable, perhaps, yet highly effective. Plant growth and the total production of organic matter depend largely on temperature and moisture. Together, these factors determine a plant's ability to carry out photosynthesis, which sets the energy budget for the entire ecosystem. Net primary productivity describes the amount of carbon fixed through photosynthesis, minus what is lost through respiration. This value represents how much organic material remains available as food. In terrestrial systems, productivity is often measured by above-ground biomass per unit area, the visible mass of plant life. This method does not include roots or underground growth, which means productivity is slightly underestimated in ecosystems with deep root systems. The environments with the greatest biomass are those that are warm and wet. In these conditions, photosynthesis proceeds efficiently. Enzymes operate smoothly, and stomata, the tiny openings on leaves, can remain open to absorb carbon dioxide without losing too much water. This combination of warmth, moisture, and steady light ensures the greatest possible production of biomass. The dense plant growth above ground then becomes both shelter and sustenance for a wide array of animal life. At the opposite extreme, environments that are dry, cold, or both tend to restrict plant growth, When photosynthesis slows and energy input declines, less biomass is produced. This limitation echoes upward through the food chain, leading to animal communities that are fewer in number and often more specialized. Beyond temperature and moisture, the availability of inorganic nutrients such as nitrogen and phosphorus plays a decisive role in where plants can grow and how vigorously they thrive. These nutrients are absorbed from the soil as water moves through plant roots. Soil properties, including particle size, acidity, and nutrient content, therefore directly influence plant distribution. Animals acquire these nutrients indirectly by eating plants or other animals, which means their own distributions closely track the presence of suitable food. In some cases, this link becomes dynamic as animals actively follow the shifting locations of their primary food sources across the landscape. Water, essential to all life, is central to the most basic cellular processes. On land, organisms constantly face the risk of losing water through diffusion. And unwind. To counter this, many adaptations have emerged that reduce water loss. Numerous animals are coated in oily or waxy layers that act as barriers against dehydration. Plants share similar strategies with waxy cuticles and fine hairs on their leaves, both of which slow transpiration and conserve moisture. Living in water does not eliminate challenges of water balance. Aquatic organisms face their own distinct pressures. Freshwater species live in environments where surrounding water is less concentrated than their internal fluids, creating a constant inward pull of water. To manage this, they actively regulate solute levels and often release large volumes of very dilute urine. Marine organisms confront the opposite problem. Seawater is more concentrated than their internal fluids, so the risk becomes water loss. Their adaptations focus on conserving water while removing excess salts. A memorable example is the marine iguana, which expels salt by sneezing out salt-rich vapor, an elegant answer to a relentless challenge. Other abiotic factors also leave a strong imprint on life. Oxygen is essential in both terrestrial and aquatic environments. On land, most animals draw oxygen directly from the air. At high elevations, thinner air holds fewer oxygen molecules, making respiration more difficult. Underwater, oxygen availability depends largely on temperature and water movement. Cold, fast-moving water contains more dissolved oxygen than warm, still water. Salinity, currents, and tides further shape aquatic conditions. Wind is another influential force. It affects evaporation and transpiration rates, altering how quickly water is lost from soils and plant surfaces. Wind also transports soil water, seeds, and even small organisms, reshaping ecosystems through its physical power. Fire, perhaps the most dramatic abiotic factor, acts as a powerful agent of change in terrestrial systems. Destructive fire can also be necessary. Some species, such as the jackpine, rely on fire to open their seed cones and complete reproduction. After a fire, cleared ground and reduced competition can give seedlings a greater chance of survival. Fire also releases nutrients like nitrogen back into the soil through the combustion of organic matter. What appears as devastation from one view can be an opportunity from another. Earth's biomes are broadly grouped into terrestrial and aquatic categories. Terrestrial biomes found on land display great diversity and are organized into major types to simplify the complexity of ecosystems. These categories are helpful, yet they inevitably smooth over important details. Consider the contrast between the plant richness of the Sonoran Desert and the stark barrenness of Boa Vista, an island desert of Western Africa. Both are deserts, yet each represents a very different ecological reality. There are 8 principal terrestrial biomes: tropical wet forests, savannas, subtropical deserts, chaparral, temperate grasslands, temperate forests, boreal forests, and Arctic tundra. Each is defined by characteristic ranges of temperature and precipitation with seasonal variation, shaping the plants and animals that live there. While a biome may be associated with certain regions, similar climates can give rise to similar biomes in entirely different parts of the world. Some biomes, such as temperate grasslands and temperate forests, experience clear seasons with hot summers and cold winters. Tropical wet forests, by contrast, remain warm and moist throughout the year, leading to very high net primary productivity. Other biomes, including deserts and tundra, produce less biomass due to extreme temperatures and limited water. Each terrestrial biome is defined by its unique blend of temperature range and precipitation pattern. Tropical wet forests, also known as tropical rainforests, are found near the equator. Their vegetation is dominated by broad-leaved plants that shed leaves continuously rather than seasonally. These forests are called evergreen, not because leaves never fall, but because new growth constantly replaces them. They exist without seasonal changes in sunlight or temperature. With temperatures between 20 and 34 degrees and consistent daylight throughout the year, they experience an uninterrupted growing season. Rainfall in tropical wet forests is abundant, ranging from about 125 to 660 centimeters annually, though it varies from month to month. Even the driest month typically receives more rain than some entire biomes do in a year. This steady warmth and moisture drive rapid plant growth, resulting in immense biomass and extraordinary biodiversity. A single hectare of tropical forest in South America may contain between 100 and 300 tree species. These forests are vertically layered. The forest floor is sparsely vegetated and covered with decomposing plant material. Above it lies the understory, composed of shorter leafy plants. Higher still, tall trees form a closed canopy, and above them emergent trees rise into open sky. This layered structure creates countless habitats for plants, fungi, animals, and other organisms. Many species live their entire lives far above the ground, adapted to an arboreal existence. Epiphytes, plants that grow harmlessly on other plants, are common throughout this biome. Savannas present a contrast. These tropical grasslands dotted with scattered trees occur in Africa, South America, and northern Australia. They remain warm throughout the year, with average temperatures between 24 and 29 degrees. Annual rainfall is lower than in tropical forests, ranging roughly between 40 and 100 centimeters. A prolonged dry season prevents the formation of dense tree cover, and instead grasses and herbaceous plants spread across the land. Fire occurs frequently and naturally in this biome, and over time plants have evolved strong root systems that allow them to survive burns and return once the flames pass. Subtropical deserts are found roughly between 15 and 30 degrees latitude in both hemispheres, centered around the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn. These regions are exceptionally dry. In some years, evaporation completely surpasses precipitation. In hot deserts, daytime soil temperatures can rise above 60 degrees, while nights may plunge to freezing. Cold deserts experience milder daytime temperatures, but extreme nighttime cold. Annual rainfall is scarce and unpredictable, rarely exceeding 30 centimeters. Some places, such as Central Australia and parts of Northern Africa, may receive only about 2 centimeters of rain in an entire year. Desert ecosystems, especially the driest ones, are shaped by this scarcity and uncertainty of rainfall. Vegetation is sparse and animal diversity is relatively low. In the most arid deserts, perennial plants are often absent. Instead, many species are annuals that germinate, grow, reproduce, and die quickly during the brief favorable conditions following rare rains. Plants that persist between rains rely on specialized adaptations, deep roots that reach underground moisture, reduced leaves that limit water loss, and thick stems that store water. Seeds may remain dormant for years, waiting patiently for suitable conditions. Animal life adapts in parallel. Many species burrow underground or become active mainly at night, avoiding the intense heat of the day. The chaparral, or scrub forest, appears in regions such as California, the Mediterranean basin, and coastal Australia. This biome receives most of its annual rainfall during winter, typically between 65 and 75 centimeters. Summers are dry, and many plants enter a dormant state during this season. Shrubs dominate the vegetation, and many species are adapted to fire. Some plants require fire to initiate germination. The ash left behind replenishes nutrients like nitrogen in the soil, supporting regrowth after a burn. Temperate grasslands known as prairies in North America and steppes in Eurasia experience strong seasonal temperature shifts, with hot summers and cold winters. These changes define the growing season. Plants emerge in spring, grow through summer, and decline in fall. Winter brings dormancy as water freezes and temperatures fall below levels suitable for growth. Annual precipitation ranges from 25 to 75 centimeters, and trees are largely confined to riverbanks. Grasses dominate these landscapes. The soils of temperate grasslands are rich and fertile, packed with roots and rhizomes. These underground structures anchor plants and replenish organic matter as they decay. Fire is a regular disturbance, often ignited by lightning. Without fire, shrubs and trees may invade, altering the ecosystem. For this reason, controlled burns are sometimes used to preserve grassland structure. Temperate forests found in parts of North America, Europe, Asia, Chile, and New Zealand occupy mid-latitude regions. They experience temperatures ranging from -30 to 30 degrees C and receive evenly distributed rainfall of about 75 to 150 centimeters annually. These forests have well-defined seasons. Deciduous trees dominate, shedding their leaves each autumn and entering dormancy during winter. This pattern results in lower net primary productivity compared to tropical wet forests and supports fewer tree species. The forest canopy provides substantial shade, though less than in tropical forests, and trees are generally shorter. The forest floor is layered with leaf litter that serves as both nutrient source and habitat. As this litter decomposes, it enriches the soil and supports diverse invertebrates and their predators, such as the red-backed salamander. Boreal forests, or taiga, lie just south of the Arctic and span much of Canada, Alaska, Russia, and northern Europe. These forests endure long, dry winters and short, cool, moist summers. Annual precipitation ranges from 40 to 100 centimeters, mostly falling as snow. Cold conditions keep evaporation low. Vegetation is dominated by evergreen conifers such as pines and spruces, which retain needle-like leaves year-round. Needles require less energy to maintain than broad leaves and allow conifers to begin photosynthesis earlier in spring. Boreal forest soils are typically acidic and poor in nitrogen. Because needles decompose slowly, nutrient cycling is sluggish, limiting plant diversity and reducing net primary productivity. Despite this, boreal forests store significant above-ground biomass due to the long lifespan of their trees. Structurally, they are simpler than tropical forests, often consisting of a tree layer and a ground layer. North of the boreal forest lies the Arctic tundra, stretching across the northernmost regions of the hemisphere. Winters are harsh, with average temperatures near -34 degrees Summers are brief and cool with temperatures ranging from 3 to 12 degrees. The growing season lasts only about 10 to 12 weeks, yet nearly continuous daylight allows rapid plant growth during this time. Precipitation is low and evaporation remains minimal. Vegetation stays close to the ground, shaped by strong winds and the presence of permafrost. This permanently frozen soil restricts root growth and slows decomposition. Nutrients are scarce, leading to low primary productivity, limited biomass, and few species. Still, during the short summer, the tundra may bloom with mosses, lichens, and small flowering plants, making full use of the fleeting abundance. Aquatic biomes, including both freshwater and saltwater systems, follow a different set of rules than land-based ecosystems. While many of the same abiotic factors apply, the watery medium introduces added complexity. Sunlight remains a central organizing force, especially where depth limits its penetration. Even in clear water, light is absorbed naturally. But as depth increases, there comes a point where sunlight can no longer reach. This boundary defines where photosynthesis and many life forms can exist. On land, temporary conditions like fog or dust may reduce sunlight, but only briefly. In water, the decline of light with depth is constant and predictable. This steady gradient shapes entire aquatic ecosystems. In freshwater systems, stratification, the layering of water based on temperature and density, is one of the most important abiotic influences. It governs nutrient cycling, affects oxygen distribution, and interacts closely with light-driven energy dynamics. Water's thermal behavior, its slow heating and cooling, influences everything from the life of a single lake to the regulation of global climate systems. In marine systems, the influence of large-scale water movements known as currents is especially strong. These currents move heat and nutrients across enormous distances and play a major role in regulating Earth's weather patterns. Freshwater systems have currents as well, particularly in rivers, yet these large-scale circulations are far less influential in lakes and ponds. The ocean is divided into zones that describe both depth and distance from land. The open water column from surface to depth is known as the pelagic realm. In contrast, the benthic realm follows the ocean floor, from shallow coastal regions down to the deepest trenches. Within the pelagic realm lies the photic zone, the upper layer, roughly the top 200 meters, where sunlight can still reach. This sunlit region supports photosynthetic organisms, such as phytoplankton. Below it stretches the aphotic zone, a vast dark region where sunlight does not penetrate and photosynthesis cannot occur. Most of the ocean exists in this aphotic state, cold, dark, and inhospitable to light-driven life. At its deepest point, the ocean descends to the Challenger Deep in the Mariana Trench, reaching about 11,000 meters. By comparison, the average ocean depth is around 4,267 meters. These divisions, photic and aphotic, pelagic and benthic, are not exclusive to oceans. They also apply to large freshwater lakes where light, depth, and temperature similarly shape aquatic life. The ocean is Earth's largest marine biome, a continuous body of salt water with a surprisingly uniform chemical makeup, a dilute mixture of mineral salts and decomposed organic material. Within it exist three major marine subbiomes: coral reefs, estuaries, and the open ocean. Life in the ocean is largely governed by how deeply light penetrates the water column. Each zone defined by depth and light supports organisms uniquely adapted to its conditions. Closest to land lies the intertidal zone, the region between high and low tide. Though often imagined as sandy beaches, it can also be rocky or muddy. This is an environment in constant transition, submerged at high tide and exposed at low. Organisms here must withstand drying conditions and continuous wave action. Species such as shore crabs possess hard exoskeletons that protect them from dehydration and physical stress. The constant movement of water and sediment makes it difficult for rooted plants or algae to establish themselves. Beyond the intertidal zone extends the neritic zone, reaching from the shoreline to about 200 meters deep near the edge of the continental shelf. This region receives abundant sunlight supporting active photosynthesis. Waters here are well oxygenated and relatively stable in temperature and pressure. Floating algae provide structure while plankton form the foundation of a productive food web, supporting small fish, shrimp, and most global fisheries. Farther offshore lies the oceanic zone, the open ocean beyond the continental shelf. Here thermal stratification occurs as warm and cold waters interact through currents. Although plankton or present nutrients are generally scarce, making this zone less productive than neritic waters. Dead organisms sink from the surface, but unlike freshwater systems, the open ocean lacks strong mechanisms to return those nutrients upward. Much of the deep ocean therefore relies on a slow, continuous rain of organic material from above. Beneath the pelagic zone spreads the benthic realm, the ocean floor itself. It extends from coastal shallows to the deepest trenches. The substrate consists of sand, silt, and the remains of fallen organisms. With increasing depth, temperatures fall but remain just above freezing. But the benthic realm is nutrient-rich due to accumulated organic debris and supports diverse life, including sponges, anemones, worms, and bottom-dwelling fish. At great depths lies the abyssal zone found beyond 4,000 meters. Conditions here are extreme with immense pressure near freezing temperatures and almost complete darkness. Oxygen levels are high, but nutrients are scarce. Even though life persists, specialized fishes and invertebrates survive on nutrients delivered from above. At hydrothermal vents, chemosynthetic bacteria use minerals such as hydrogen sulfide as energy sources, creating food webs entirely independent of sunlight. Coral reefs represent another major marine biome and typically occur in warm, shallow waters within the photic zone between 30 degrees north and south latitude. These structures are built by colonial invertebrates called corals, which secrete calcium carbonate skeletons over time. Reefs may fringe coastlines, encircle submerged islands, or form vast offshore systems, such as the Great Barrier Reef. Most shallow water corals maintain a symbiotic relationship with photosynthetic algae that provide much of their energy in nutrient-poor tropical seas. In deeper, colder waters where light is limited, corals lack these partners and instead capture prey using stinging tentacles. Coral reefs rank among the most biodiverse ecosystems on Earth, supporting more than 4,000 fish species. Some fishes feed directly on coral, others graze on algae, or live among the hidden invertebrates embedded within the coral framework. Along reef edges, predators, herbivores, and plankton feeders coexist. Predators hunt other animals. Herbivores consume plant materia. Planktivores feed on drifting plankton that sustain marine food webs. Freshwater biomes include lakes and ponds, rivers and streams, and wetlands. These systems provide vital services to humans, including drinking water, irrigation, sanitation, and industrial use. Because lakes and ponds are embedded within land landscapes, they are shaped by the surrounding environmental condition. Lakes and ponds vary widely in size, from small backyard pools to vast inland seas. Temperature strongly influences their internal structure. During summer, thermal stratification develops as surface waters warm, and deeper layers remain cool, preventing mixing. The photic zone supports phytoplankton such as algae and cyanobacteria, which carry out photosynthesis and form the base of the food web. Zooplankton feed on phytoplankton while bacteria decompose sinking organic matter in deeper aphotic waters. Nitrogen and phosphorus act as limiting nutrients in these systems. When excessive amounts enter from agricultural runoff or sewage, algal blooms can occur. These blooms block sunlight, turning the water effectively aphotic. When the algae, by decomposition, consumes oxygen, creating dead zones where most aquatic life cannot survive. Such disruptions to ecological balance are not rare. They are well documented in places such as Lake Erie and the Gulf of Mexico. Rivers and streams are shaped by constant motion, carrying water from their headwaters toward lakes or oceans. At their source, the water is usually clear, cold, and low in nutrients. Channels here are narrow and currents swift, conditions that prevent sediment buildup and limit phytoplankton growth. Instead, photosynthesis is carried out mainly by algae attached firmly to rocks. Energy also enters these systems from the surrounding land, as fallen leaves drift into the water and slowly decompose, releasing nutrients. Life in these fast-moving waters is adapted to the flow. Leeches secure themselves with suction, while trout, dominant predators, possess streamlined bodies designed for strong currents. As rivers move farther from their source, they widen, slow, and warm. Sediments begin to settle and phytoplankton become more abundant, making the water increasingly cloudy. Worms and insects burrow into the soft mud. Frogs, fish, and waterfowl hunt in these calmer waters, relying less on vision and more on taste or chemical cues. Wetlands are shallow ecosystems where soils are permanently or periodically saturated. Unlike lakes, they are defined by emergent vegetation, plants rooted in waterlogged soil with portions rising above the surface. Wetlands include marshes, swamps, bogs, mudflats, and salt marshes. All share three defining features: saturated conditions, water-loving vegetation, and soils adapted to prolonged flooding. Marshes and swamps experience slow, steady water movement. Bogs differ markedly, forming in areas with little or no flow. They often develop in depressions with clay-rich bottoms that prevent drainage. Water becomes stagnant, oxygen levels fall, and decomposition slows. Organic acids accumulate, lowering the pH. Under these acidic conditions, nitrogen becomes unavailable, limiting plant growth. Some bog plants adapt in remarkable ways. Zondus pitcher plants and Venus flytraps capture and digest insects to obtain nitrogen directly. Due to low oxygen and nutrient availability, bogs exhibit low net primary productivity. Estuaries are distinctive biomes where freshwater rivers meet the ocean. The result is brackish water with salinity that fluctuates daily with the tides. These environments serve as crucial nurseries for many marine species, offering protection and abundant resources despite the physiological challenges. Salinity changes frequently, testing the adaptability of plants and animals alike. Many estuarine plants are salt tolerant. Some filter salt through their roots, while others pump oxygen into root tissues. Animal inhabitants include mollusks such as mussels and clams that adjust behaviorally to shifting salinity. When salinity drops, they close their shells, stop feeding, and rely on anaerobic respiration. When tides return, bringing higher salinity and oxygen, they reopen and resume normal activity. It is a delicate and energy-demanding balance in a habitat defined by constant change. Imagine drifting quietly along a sunlit river when suddenly a large silverfish strikes from the water. This scene is no longer far-fetched in parts of Illinois and Missouri, where Asian carp now inhabit rivers and canals. These fish, including silver blackgrass and baghead carp, have been farmed in China for more than 1,000 years as a valued food source. In the United States, however, they are invasive, disrupting native communities and threatening local species. Populations are not fixed entities. Their sizes and distributions change in response to seasonal cycles, natural disasters, and competition within and between species. The study of these changes, known as population dynamics, falls within the field of demography. Originally developed to analyze human populations, demography now applies broadly across living organisms. Life tables, once designed for insurance calculations, are now used to examine survival and reproduction in species, ranging from insects to elephants. When studying a population, researchers first estimate how many individuals exist and how they are spaced. Two foundational measures are population size and population density. Large populations often hold greater genetic diversity, which can enhance resilience. Low-density populations may struggle with mate finding even if total numbers appear adequate. Smaller organisms tend to occur at higher densities than larger ones, reflecting differences in resource use and space requirements. The most accurate way to count a population would be a complete census, but this is rarely practical. Instead, scientists rely on sampling methods. For relatively immobile species, the quadrat method is commonly used. But a quadrat is a square frame of known size placed randomly across a habitat. Researchers count all the individuals within each frame, repeating the process until a reliable estimate emerges. Quadrat size and number depend on the organism studied. Small plants may require a square meter, while widely spaced trees demand much larger areas. For mobile species such as birds, fish, and mammals, a different approach is favored. The mark and recapture method involves capturing a group of individuals, marking them harmlessly, and releasing them. After time passes, a second capture occurs. The proportion of marked individuals in the second sample helps estimate total population size. Few recaptures suggest a large population, while many indicate a smaller one. This method has limitations. Some animals avoid traps after initial capture, while others may be attracted to them. Marking itself can sometimes affect survival. Modern techniques now complement these methods. Radio transmitters, electronic tracking, and harvest data offer additional insights into population size and health. Each method reveals a different aspect of population structure. Beyond sheer numbers, ecologists also examine how individuals are arranged in space. These spatial arrangements reveal underlying biological and environmental processes. Dispersion patterns describe whether individuals are evenly spaced, randomly distributed, or clustered together. Three primary patterns are recognized: uniform, random, and clumped. Uniform dispersion often appears in species that compete strongly for space or resources, where even spacing reduces conflict and overlap. For example, sage plants such as Salvia leucophila release chemicals into the surrounding soil that suppress the growth of nearby competitors, a strategy known as allelopathy. Penguins also demonstrate uniform dispersion by spacing their nests evenly, maintaining clear territories, and reducing conflict. In contrast, random dispersion occurs when individuals are distributed without a predictable pattern, often shaped by passive forces rather than direct interaction. Wind-dispersed seeds, such as those of dandelion, settle and germinate wherever conditions happen to be suitable. Then there is clumped dispersion, the most common pattern found in nature. This arrangement appears in organisms that gather for social, reproductive, or resource-related reasons, such as herds of elephants or schools of fish. Clumping may also arise from patchy environments where food or shelter is unevenly available. The way individuals are spaced reveals aspects of behavior and ecology that density alone cannot show. Populations with low density may struggle to reproduce, particularly when individuals are solitary and randomly distributed. Clumped populations, by contrast, often experience higher reproductive success, simply because individuals are closer together. While population size and density describe a population at a single moment, demography examines how populations change over time. It focuses on birth rates, death rates, and life expectancy. These traits are shaped by population size, density distribution, sex ratio, and age structure. A large population may show higher birth rates because more individuals are capable of reproduction, yet it may also experience increased death rates due to disease competition and waste buildup. A skewed sex ratio, or a population dominated by individuals of reproductive age, can further influence birth rates. Population growth depends on the balance between births and deaths. When births and deaths are equal, the population remains stable. When births exceed deaths, the population grows. When deaths outnumber births, the population declines. Life expectancy, the average length of time an individual is expected to live, also shapes population structure and resource use. To explore these dynamics, ecologists use life tables. These tables divide populations into age groups and provide information on survival and mortality. Originally developed for the insurance industry, life tables show how many individuals die at each age interval, the probability of dying before the next year, mortality rates, and expected remaining lifespan. Consider a life table for Dall mountain sheep. Mortality is highest early in life and again in old age. If a sheep survives to its first year, it can expect to live an additional 7.7 years on average. This information highlights not only lifespan, but also periods of vulnerability. Another important tool is the survivorship curve, which plots the number of individuals remaining alive over time. These curves illustrate different life history strategies across species. Type 1 curves, typical of humans and many primates, show low mortality early in life, followed by increasing mortality with age. These species usually produce few offspring and invest heavily in parental care. Type 2 curves seen in birds and some reptiles show a relatively constant death rate across all ages. These organisms tend to have moderate reproductive rates and some parental investment. Type 3 curves characteristic of trees, fish, and many invertebrates show very high mortality early in life. These species produce vast numbers of offspring and provide little or no parental care. Most offspring die young, but a few survive long enough to reproduce and sustain the population. Together, dispersion patterns, demographic traits, life tables, and survivorship curves offer a full picture of how populations persist, interact, and change under environmental pressure. A species' life history describes the entire arc of its existence, how energy is allocated to growth, maintenance, and reproduction over time. These traits are rooted in genetics and shaped by natural selection and environmental forces. They determine how a species invests in its future. Energy is always the limiting factor. Every organism requires it, and none have enough to meet all demands at once. Plants capture sunlight and convert it into chemical energy, which must then be divided among survival and seed production. Animals face similar trade-offs with the added cost of acquiring food itself. Some species also invest energy in parental care, sometimes at great personal expense. Each organism must therefore manage an energy budget, balancing metabolism, reproduction, survival, and occasionally storage for future needs such as fat reserves used during hibernation. One key life history trait is fecundity, the potential reproductive output of an individual. Species with high fecundity produce many offspring, frequently, and often provide little or no parental care. This strategy is common among many marine invertebrates, whose offspring are small and independent from birth. Because parental care would cost more energy than it would return, these species rely on sheer numbers. Most offspring will perish, but a few will survive. Species with low fecundity follow a different path. They produce fewer offspring and invest significant energy in raising them. Mammals such as humans, kangaroos, and pandas provide extended care and give birth to helpless young. In these cases, survival depends heavily on parental protection and guidance. Plants reveal the same trade-off. Low fecundity plants such as coconuts or chestnuts produce fewer seeds that are rich in energy and more likely to germinate. High fecundity plants such as orchids release vast numbers of tiny energy, poor seeds, most of which never take root. Yet some succeed, and that is enough to carry the species forward. The timing of reproduction is another dimension of life history strategy. Reproducing early increases the chance of passing on genes, but often limits growth and long-term health. Reproducing later may allow stronger parents or higher fecundity, but carries the risk of dying before reproduction occurs. Small fish such as guppies reproduce early and often, while remaining vulnerable. Larger fish such as sharks or bluegills grow and strengthen first, trading early reproduction for durability. Each strategy reflects an evolutionary balance shaped by survival odds and environmental pressure. Reproductive strategies can be broadly classified. Zemoparity describes an all-in approach where an organism reproduces once and then dies. Bamboo flowers a single time. Chinook salmon return to their birthplace, expend their remaining energy to spawn and then die, possibly from exhaustion or hormonally driven self-destruction. In either case, the sacrifice may benefit the next generation by releasing nutrients. Heteroparity describes species that reproduce multiple times over their lifespan. Some, such as pronghorn antelope, reproduce only during specific seasons when hormonal cycles align. Others, including humans and chimpanzees, are capable of reproducing year-round, though conception still occurs within brief biological windows. This strategy favors repeated opportunities rather than a single gamble, playing the long evolutionary game. Whether a species chooses to burn brightly and fade quickly, or to move steadily across a long lifetime, its life history reflects the difficult choices woven into biology itself. Each organism is shaped by the quiet arithmetic of energy time and survival, a balance that plays out silently beneath every action. In nature, populations never exist alone. Nearly all species share their habitats with others, and the interactions among these populations form the foundation of environmental structure and function. When multiple populations live together in the same place and time, they form what ecologists call a community. This community includes all populations in an area interacting in ways that shape their distribution, abundance, and evolutionary paths. The makeup of a community is often described through species diversity, a measure that reflects both how many species are present and how evenly they are represented. Some environments, such as the glaciers of Antarctica, support only a few resilient species, yet even there life persists in unexpected forms. At the other extreme, tropical rainforests contain such dense and varied life that fully cataloging them may be impossible. Most communities fall between these extremes. At the community level, ecologists explore how species interact through competition, predation, mutualism, and other relationships, and how these interactions regulate population growth and maintain balance. Competition for resources such as food, water, space, and sunlight is one of the strongest forces shaping community structure. Predation, the act of one organism pursuing and capturing another, is among the most familiar species interactions. It is also a dynamic relationship that influences the population sizes of both predator and prey over time. A classic example comes from the long documented cycles of the lynx and the snowshoe hare in North American forests. Over nearly 2 centuries, trapping records have shown that both populations rise and fall in roughly 10-year cycles. The lynx population follows the hare population with a delay of 1 to 2 years. When hare numbers increase, food becomes abundant and lynx populations grow. As lynx become more numerous, they reduce hare numbers. The resulting scarcity of prey then causes lynx numbers to fall, allowing hare populations to recover and begin the cycle anew. For a long time, this pattern was thought to be driven by predation alone. More recent research suggests a more complex reality. At high population densities, hares may experience stress that reduces reproduction. Maternal stress can lower fecundity, triggering a population decline even before predation intensifies. Predation remains important, but internal pressures within the prey population also shape the cycle. Herbivory, the consumption of plants by animals, is another interaction that strongly influences populations. Plants cannot flee from consumers, so they rely on other forms of defense. Some form mutualistic relationships, such as offering fruits to animals that disperse their seeds. Others evolve direct protective strategies. Defenses in plants and animals fall into 4 broad categories: mechanical, chemical, physical, and behavioral. Mechanical defenses include thorn spines and hard shells that make consumption difficult or painful. Chemical defenses involve toxic compounds such as those produced by foxglove, which can be lethal when eaten. These defenses occur in both plants and animals, and can strongly affect predators. Other strategies revolve around appearance. Camouflage allows organisms to blend into their surroundings and avoid detection. Insects like tropical walking sticks resemble twigs so closely that they nearly vanish when still. Chameleons add flexibility to camouflage by changing color in response to their environment. At the opposite extreme is aposematic coloration, the use of bright colors to signal danger or toxicity. Fire-bellied toads, cinnabar moth caterpillars, and many beetles employ this strategy. After a predator samples one such organism and has an unpleasant experience, it learns to avoid similar patterns. Over time, these warning signals become deeply ingrained. Evolution often builds further upon these signals. In Bayesian mimicry, harmless species evolve to resemble dangerous ones. Many insects mimic bees or wasps, gaining protection without possessing venom or stingers. This strategy works only if predators have already learned to avoid the harmful model. Mullerian mimicry strengthens the warning system further. Here, multiple harmful species share the same warning coloration. Each negative experience reinforces avoidance of all species with that appearance. The message becomes unmistakable. One of the more unusual patterns is Mertensian mimicry. In this case, a deadly species mimics a less dangerous one. The logic lies in learning. A predator cannot learn from a fatal encounter, but it can learn from a painful, yet survivable one. By mimicking a mildly toxic species, a deadly organism benefits from an already learned avoidance. Coral snakes and milk snakes are often discussed in this context, though the interactions are complex. Across all these examples, species interactions are never static. Predators and prey, plants and herbivores continuously adapt in response to one another. This ongoing exchange drives evolutionary change in a persistent biological arms race. In every habitat, resources such as food, water, light, and space are limited. When multiple species depend on the same resources, competition is unavoidable. Each species occupies an ecological niche, its particular role defined by how it uses resources, survives, and interacts with others. The competitive exclusion principle states that no two species can occupy the same niche indefinitely within the same habitat. When this occurs, one species will eventually outcompete the other, leading to local exclusion. This idea is demonstrated by a classic experiment involving two protozoans, Paramecium aurelia and Paramecium caudatum. When grown separately, both species thrive. When grown together, Paramecium aurelia consistently outcompetes Paramecium caudatum for food, causing the latter to disappear from the shared environment. Yet nature often avoids constant conflict. When species evolve to reduce competition by using different resources or operating at different times or conditions, the result is resource partitioning. This process allows similar species to live side by side within overlapping habitats by shaping distinct ecological roles. A clear example of resource partitioning appears in the Anola lizards of Puerto Rico. Though they may seem alike at first glance, these lizards have adapted to occupy different microhabitats. Some remain close to the ground, while others live high in the forest canopy. They vary in their use of vegetation, sunlight exposure, and humidity. Each species settles into its own niche, reducing direct competition and allowing multiple Anola species to coexist within the same landscape. In this way, competition does not always result in exclusion. Through gradual evolutionary change, it can instead foster diversity, encouraging species to refine their roles within the intricate fabric of ecological communities. Symbiosis describes long-lasting close interactions between individuals of different species, interactions that can strongly influence the abundance and distribution of both partners. While some use the term only for relationships in which both species benefit, the broader meaning includes a spectrum of interactions, not all of them mutually advantageous. One such interaction is commensalism, where one species benefits while the other is neither helped nor harmed. A simple example is a bird nesting in a tree. The bird gains a secure, elevated site for reproduction, while the tree remains unaffected. The nest adds little weight and does not interfere with photosynthesis, which occurs mainly in the leaves above. Another example involves clownfish and sea anemones. The clownfish finds shelter among the anemone's stinging tentacles, which discourage predators. The sea anemone experiences no clear benefit or harm from the arrangement. Mutualism differs in that both species benefit. Termites and the protozoa in their digestive systems offer a classic example. Termites consume a wood rich in cellulose, a substance they cannot digest on their own. Protozoa living in the termite gut host bacteria, capable of breaking cellulose into usable energy. In return, these microorganisms receive food and a protected environment. Lichens provide another illustration of mutualism. They consist of fungi, partnered with photosynthetic algae or bacteria. The photosynthetic partner produces glucose, supplying energy to both organisms. The fungus offers protection and aids in absorbing nutrients from the environment, allowing the partnership to survive in harsh conditions. The third major form of symbiosis is parasitism. In this relationship, the parasite benefits at the expense of the host. Unlike predators, parasites generally do not kill their hosts quickly, as doing so would disrupt their own survival. Instead, they extract resources, gradually weakening the host over time. Parasitic life cycles are often complex. Tapeworms, for example, are transmitted to humans through undercooked contaminated meat. Once inside the human intestine, the tapeworm absorbs nutrients and can grow to remarkable lengths. Its life cycle may involve multiple hosts, beginning in livestock and ending in humans. Another example is Plasmodium falciparum, the protozoan responsible for malaria. It reproduces within human liver cells and red blood cells, but requires a mosquito to complete its life cycle. Mosquito acts as a vector transferring the parasite between human hosts. This pattern of cycling through multiple species is common among parasites and reveals the intricate strategies life employs to persist. Ecological communities are complex systems defined by both structure and dynamics. Structure refers to the types and numbers of species present. The dynamics describe how these communities change over time. Understanding both is essential for managing ecosystems in sustainable ways. At the foundation of many communities are foundation species, organisms that exert a disproportionate influence by shaping the physical environment. These species are often primary producers. Kelp, for instance, is a brown alga that forms dense underwater forests along the California coast. By altering light availability, water movement, and space, kelp enables many other species to thrive. Corals provide another example of foundation species. Although not photosynthetic themselves, corals maintain mutualistic relationships with symbiotic dinoflagellates known as zooxanthellae. These symbionts perform photosynthesis and supply energy to the coral. In return, the coral offers shelter. The calcium carbonate skeletons produced by corals accumulate to form reef structures that buffer currents and create habitats for a vast array of marine life. Biodiversity reflects the complexity of a community. It includes species richness, the number of species present, and species evenness, the relative abundance of each species. Species richness is highest near the equator where climates are warm, wet, and stable. Polar regions tend to have lower richness due to harsh conditions and a shorter history of recolonization after glaciation. Other factors also influence richness, including habitat stability, productivity, and geography. Island biogeography explores how isolated ecosystems develop unique patterns of diversity. Island size and distance from the mainland play key roles in determining how many species can persist. Beyond sheer numbers, the role a species plays can be critical. Keystone species exert influence far greater than their abundance would suggest. A well-known example is the sea star Pisaster acrisius in the Pacific Northwest. When removed, mussel populations expand unchecked, crowding out other species and sharply reducing diversity. In tropical stream ecosystems, the banded tetra serves a similar function. This fish supplies much of the phosphorus required by the community. Its disappearance would dramatically alter nutrient dynamics throughout the stream. Invasive species represent another powerful force. These organisms are introduced often through human activity into ecosystems where they did not evolve. Invasive species can disrupt established relationships, outcompete native species, and reduce biodiversity. In the United States, aquatic ecosystems face pressure from invaders such as purple leucostrife and zebra mussels. Forests are challenged by garlic mustard, common buckthorn, and the emerald ash borer. Even cities are affected as species like the European starling aggressively compete with native birds for nesting sites. Together, foundation species, keystone species, and invasive species reveal how certain organisms can profoundly shape the communities they inhabit, quietly guiding the balance of life around them. At times, these influential species support entire ecosystems, and at other times, they unsettle them. Understanding the roles they play is essential for conservation and for restoring damaged environments. Communities are never fixed. They change over time, sometimes slowly and subtly, and sometimes in sudden dramatic shifts. These changes are known as community dynamics. They may arise from environmental disturbances or from the natural unfolding of biological processes. Some communities remain relatively stable for long periods, while others are reshaped temporarily or permanently by events such as volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, storms, fires, or changes in climate. One of the most closely studied processes within community dynamics is succession, the ordered appearance and disappearance of species in an ecosystem over time. Succession can take two main forms, primary or secondary, depending on the starting conditions. Primary succession begins in places where life did not previously exist. Examples include newly formed volcanic islands or bare rock exposed by retreating glaciers. A striking illustration comes from the island of Hawaii, where lava flows create new land at a rate of roughly 32 acres each year. These fresh surfaces are initially lifeless and hostile. Over time, they are slowly colonized by pioneer species, plants and lichens, capable of surviving extreme low-nutrient conditions. As these early colonizers grow, die, and decompose, they gradually contribute organic material that helps form soil. This slow transformation prepares the environment for species with greater demands. Layer by layer, the biological community develops, shifting steadily toward a new equilibrium that bears little resemblance to the stark landscape from which it began. Secondary succession occurs when an existing community is disturbed, but not entirely destroyed. A familiar example is the recovery of oak and hickory forests after a wildfire. Fire may remove much of the above-ground vegetation and kill animals unable to escape, yet it also returns nutrients to the soil through ash. With the tall canopy trees gone and sunlight reaching the ground, annual plants are often the first to return. They are followed by fast-growing grasses and other early species. These pioneers modify the environment by stabilizing soil, adding organic matter, and altering light and moisture conditions. This creates opportunities for intermediate species such as shrubs and young trees to establish themselves. Over decades and sometimes centuries, the forest continues to change. Oaks and hickories gradually reclaim dominance, restoring a structure similar to that which existed before the disturbance. This relatively stable and mature stage is known as the climax community. Persists until another disturbance once again reshapes the landscape and restarts the process. Through these repeating cycles, succession reveals the resilience of ecosystems and their capacity to recover. Yet regeneration always unfolds within limits set by climate, soil, available species, and the pattern of disturbances unique to each place. As this quiet journey through ecology comes to rest, we are left with a simple truth. Life is never still. It adapts, it responds, it rebuilds, guided by energy, time, and connection. From the smallest organism to entire communities, everything exists in relationship, shaped by change and shaped in return. Ecology reminds us that balance is not the absence of disturbance, but the ability to recover, to reorganize, and to continue. Forests return after fire. Life emerges from bare stone. Communities shift yet persist, carried forward by resilience written deep into the living world. So as you settle deeper into rest, you might imagine the planet breathing slowly, seasons turning, waters mixing, forests regrowing, all without hurry. You too are part of this rhythm, held gently within it. Now let your thoughts soften. Let the world continue its quiet work without you for a while, and drift calmly into sleep.